sacred tooth relic that resides in the Senkadagala kingdom is revered and worshipped as the living Buddha himself. Thus, among daily, weekly, and annual rituals associated with its worship, the Dalada Perahera conducted in the month of Esala is considered the foremost amongst all such processions in the nation. According to the details present in the Mahaparinibbana Sutra of the Digha Nikaya, among the relics of the Buddha there were 4 tooth relics. A tooth from the lower left jaw was washed over by the truth that the Tathagata spake over 45 years and came into the possession of the people of the Tunsinghale as an auspicious piece of samsaric good fortune. Due to the threatening conditions that occurred in the Kalinga nation during the reign of King Muttasiva, Princess Hemamala and her consort, Prince Danta, brought this sacred tooth relic to our nation during the reign of King Kitsirimevan. Subsequent to this happy event, which occurred in AD 328, the relic was placed in the Isuramunya Vihara, and King Kitsirimevan commenced the worship of the sacred tooth with the Dalada Perahera. The procession was of such pageantry and such beauty that King Kitsirimevan conducted the Perahera every year during the time of the Anuradhapura kingdom to invoke blessings on the people, bring rain, and to give us a bountiful harvest. It was in this way that the background was laid for the annual celebration of which the sacred tooth relic was taken in procession along the streets for the devotion and worship of the people of the country. Therefore, regardless of how a king ascended the throne or how his coronation took place, if he did not have the blessings of the sacred tooth relic and the rains and fertility that it promised, he was subject to the censure of the people and not considered by them to be a sovereign king. The successive kings of Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Dampadeniya, Yapahua, Kurunegala, Gampola, Kotte, Sitavaga, and the Kandian kingdoms conducted the Dalada Perahera according to the great traditions of its worship that had been established before them. During the Senkadagala kingdom, King Vimaladharma Surya, despite being crowned king, was not considered a true king of the Helak people since he did not have the blessing of the sacred Dalada tooth relic. Therefore, great efforts were made to bring the sacred relic to the Senkadagala kingdom. Then, the relic, which was in the custody of Bhikkhu Ratana Lankara of Devanagala at the Sabaragamuwa Dalgamuwa Mahavihara, was brought through the Uva province in secret and on the first day was placed in the Gedige Vihara. Historians knowledgeable of the matter say that on that day, the Dalada Vahanse was brought into the courtyard of the king and a special building constructed to house the sacred relic. The Kanda Udarata Sri Dalada Mandira came into being in this way. Up until the year 1815, when the Hela kingdom passed into the control of British colonists, the Dalada Perahera was conducted with royal honor and devotion each year in the month of Esala. During the period of the colonists, in the absence of the Hela king, the Diyavadana Nilame was tasked with conducting the annual Perahera according to the ancient traditions, and space was provided for this. The Dalada Perahera traditions and those of the associated Devalis arose from the devotion of the Buddha and great compassion for the people and were founded on the highest of human qualities. The Senkadagala Dalada Perahera is the only such ceremonious procession in the world where the streets are lit up by the collective devotion of the gods, human beings, and elephants to the living Buddha. Thus, the Maharandoli or the Grand Randoli Perahera is honored for its pageantry by the great devotion of our people, and this is an earnest request on our part to you to be a part of this with your hearts and with your minds.
අරවානිවන් අබ පුර තොර අකුළු ළමින් සුරකින බැවින් සිරිදලඳා සමීදු පෙමින් පරසතු කුසුම් උඩුගුවනි විසුරුවමින් පෙරහැර පවත්වති දෙවියෝ ඔබේ නමින්.
On this year 2023, we are witnessing the grace of the 1013th Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kirti Sri Megavarna.
We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the 5th Grand Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2023, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa Kandy. You are now seeing the Diyavadana Nilame making his way to the upper chamber, and it is with respect to the ancient traditions that on this day of the Grand Randoli Perahera, the chief priest of the Pullayar Kovil in Kandy, who will garland the Diyavadana Nilame with flowers and place a tilak on his forehead as a form of blessings, which is a unique tradition that symbolizes unity among our faiths of religion.
Now, the Diyavadana will be making his way from the upper level, Ihalamalaya, to the lower level of the chamber known as Pathamalaya of the Vattasitina Maligaya, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Malwatu Mahaviharaya, Venerable Tibbatu Wave Medankarabhidana Thero, towards the ceremonial
which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within the Ranhiligi that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
These officials are seen offering flowers and floral garlands to the Perahera casket, and this is the 10th and the final night procession of the Kandy Esala Perahera Festival 2023.
This is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step down from the Mahavahalkada, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingham music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city. And today, the royal tusker will be Vasana of the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya, and as part of the customaries of the 5th Randoli Perahera, he will be walking on the white carpets known as the Pavada.
Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced, and these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king.
When looking back at the history, in the ancient time, it was the ruling king or the Bhupati who paraded the streets of the Perahera. But now it is the Devardhana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha.
The Perahera is believed to be in prey for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would be never showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wielders are the symbolic imaging to bless our crops and cultivations with rain.
The whipmaster's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera.
According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being worth called such. In single file, we see these whip masters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as niyaga and navapatta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and the authentic methods have not changed throughout the parading history of 1713 years.
It's interesting to note how these whipmasters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walks in our own journeys of life.
Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for blessings from the sacred tooth relic.
Indeed, this is a beautiful tradition that highlights the basis of giving, offering, and sharing among the people of our land. Sri Lankans are among the top in the world's giving index. That is indeed an outcome of the social influence of Lord Buddha's teaching.
Regardless of how rich or poor they are, they offer their coins in great devotion and joy to the Perahera, as their minds are conditioned to giving. And this troop of whip wielders we noticed were trained by Mr. Upali Jayaratna.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light dancing across the faces of the people who are lining the streets to watch today. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with rain.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain.
The turning of fireballs is called Pandam Palaya, which paints the night with varied patterns of light using both hands and feet, along with the thrilling episodes of their stunts.
Back in history, Kandy and performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Wahala Ilangama, Singakara Ilangama, Tambarapittukara Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days.
The fireball dance performance is performed in 3 levels, which are known as Bintalaya, the lower level, Madatalaya, the mid level, and the Ahastalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlight episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance. The true export of this dance is seen when a large group of people perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. This tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in this display of priceless cultural heritage of their clans.
The dancers are seen creating their patterns of fire across the night sky as they move in the procession. For the children, it is fire play, but for the experienced elders, it is a devout and committed fire offering.
These fireball dancers are trained by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna of the Ragama Valpala Aesthetic Academy, who have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera for many years. The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance highlights these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool us in our life cycles. talking about the technique used in the fireball dances, the oil-soaked rags are tied into an iron wheel with leather thongs attached to it. And once they are lit, dancers perform their acrobatic dance by turning the fired wheels fast, gradually increasing the speed to match the real feel of lightning itself.
An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajawata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadagala, the procession of the month of Asala, held from times ago in favor of the gods above, led by the grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities, the Perahera shall perambulate, just as the kings did commemorate.
Today, the Perahera commenced at the auspicious hour of 7 past 3 in the auspicious direction of north and will be descending down the Dalada Vidya, Yatinuwara Vidya, Kande Vidya, DS Senanayaka Vidya, and will be coming back to the Sri Dalada Maligawa through the Raja Vidya.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes while carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism, while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and as an offering to the great Lord Buddha.
A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of Buddhist flags.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace.
This ceremonious procession is performed in adulation of the living Buddha and also as well as a paramita or an act of kindness for the future Buddha.
Following the Buddhist flags, we are now seeing the arrival of the state flags. The unique collection of flags that is in front of us are known as the provincial flags, which include uniquely designed flags of the 12 states and 9 counties which were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
In fact, both the two groups of Buddhist flag bearers and these provincial flag bearers were represented by the Pallekele Open Prison.
It was the tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this traditional display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as the Dasaraja Dharma.
The flag seen here could be identified as the sun and moon flag of Satara Koralaya, lion flag of Sat Koralaya, white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabaragamuwa, Verunda Pakshiya flag of the Tun Koralaya, peacock flag of the Uva Velassa, and the lotus flag of Udapalata, which represents the states of Sri Lanka.
These flags are followed by the county flags that represent the counties of Vellassa, Bintanna, Tamankaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kothmale, Udabuladgama, and Patha Buladgama. The same flags which we noticed earlier are now being displayed in metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who remind us of the proud heritage of the Kandian era. And these brass flags are represented this evening by Mr. Ajit Mahendra.
In fact, these artists who belong to the Navandanna clan or Gurukula were the same ancestors who used to make beautiful gold, silver and brass ornaments with detailed engravings embedded with precious gems for the king and as an offering to the sacred tooth relic and for the procession.
These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags that belong to the 9 ancient states and 12 counties, which uses its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience and energy.
Indeed, we as a nation should be very proud to own such a great level of artistry and to witness them being continued thus far.
Walking in great discipline in their calm and solid nature are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket, represented by the Angampura team of the Sri Lanka Air Force.
Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying a raised sword, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm and serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is the historic protection that is provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those who know the history should be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with the highest level of bravery.
We now see the most majestic sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant carrying the Peramunerala.
Clad in the traditional white costume that comprises of the white jacket and the triangular hat, the Peramunerala carries the secretarial scroll, carrying the description of the procession, royal duties and the assets affiliated to the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And the leading elephant this evening is Saliya, belonging to Venerable Urulavatte Dhammarakkhita Thero, the chief incumbent of the Mahiyangana Rajamahaviharaya. Sali is in fact one of the elephants who has been taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera since his childhood, and it's great to see him leading this day on the Kandy Esala Perahera. This is the arrival of the very first Hevisi troupe that represents the official musical ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of the Sri Dalada Maligava.
They perform in dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition which they practice with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchature Vadanam or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produces sounds using either drums or other musical instruments is permitted before the Hevisi as per the rule of the Kandy Perahera tradition.
Sri Lanka is rich with its own genres of traditional music, and Hevisi is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Hevisi takes us down to the time when the sapling of the Jayashri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamita Theruni, and this evidence marks the fact that Hevisi is the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage.
Hevisi is the most prominent orchestra of the five-fold music instruments that too has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country. The parts of the country are divided as Up-country, Low-country and Sabaragamuwa. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of up-country traditional arts. Wherefore, this particular Hevisi instrumental performance belongs to the up-country tradition of Hevisi, which is known as Udarata Hevisi in Sinhalese.
musicianship of the Kandy Esala Perahera is assigned to the most skilled lineages of Hevisi, who are Uduvela, Ihalavela, Malagamana and Molagoda.
Coming into sight is the Gajanayaka Nilame.
The Gajanayaka Nilame is the king's official who is in charge of the troop of the royal stable of Tuskers. And this evening the Gajanayaka Nilame rides on the mount of the Tusker Court Teraja belonging to Venerable Alutnuwara Anuruddha Nayaka Thero, the chief incumbent of the Court Teraja Mahavihara. Court Teraja was a Tusker gifted in the year 2009 by the government of Myanmar to the Court Teraja Mahavihara by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Rohitha Bogolagani.
According to the Perahera tradition, the Gajanayaka Nilame obtains the Ankusaya from the Diyavadana Nilame after bowing down in respect and obtaining his blessings. And first up, we are seeing a troupe of Bulat Padaya dancers Kothala Padaya dancers coming into sight.
This troupe of Kothala Padaya dancers are represented by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of the Sri Dalada Maligawa troupe of dance.
Kothala Padaya is one of the most gentle dance performances of the upcountry tradition of dance, which is traditionally a dance of purity. The dancers carry a pot of saffron water on one hand and an arecanut flower on the other hand. And this dance symbolizes purifying the root in which the sacred tooth relic casket shall be carried. The Kothala Padaya is in fact a ritualistic dance that is performed in the healing rituals or Shanti Karama across upcountry, low country and Sabargamo traditions. And here we are seeing the upcountry version of Kothala Padaya, which originates from the Kohumba Kankarya healing rituals.
In fact, Kothala Padaya is performed as one of the Hat Padaya or 7 dance episodes of the Kohumba Kankarya, which include the Bulat Padaya, Kothala Padaya, Mal Padaya, Salu Padaya, Pol Padaya, Yahan Mutti Padaya and the Dummala Padaya. We now see the third elephant of the procession who shall carry the Buddhist flag as per the customs, and the role of T. Gajaba belonging to Mr. Ranjit Vijayasinghe of the Moranwatta Devalaya in Yakkala. Gajaba is in fact the tallest elephant who shall be parading in the Final Randoli Perahera this evening.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Chamara dancers trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College.
The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as the Salalihini Sandeshaya, quotes that the white tussles in motion, along with majestic elephants, are one of the supreme sights of auspicious visualities, and the Chamara dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to this Perahera.
Chamara is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance acts of the Perahera this evening. The Chamara is a white tousled object that was used historically as a fanning tool to the sacred tooth relic. The sacred reliquaries and the prominent individuals, including the royalties from the ancient days.
The tussles are fanned to the rhythm of the flute and the Kandian drums, where the gentle, cool breeze that is produced by these chamara brings a very pleasant feeling. This was in fact a regular feature of the royal courts in our ancient history.
One must be wondering about the idea of including Chamara dance ahead of the Perahera, and that is to symbolize the fanning to the impending sacred tooth relic.
Interestingly, you should not miss to notice how two of the same chamara shall be clipped to the ears of the royal tusker who shall be carrying the relic casket, where the chamara shall fan the relic casket in each time which the tusker shall flap its ears.
The Chamara dancers swing these white tassels in various stances that not just creates a soothing visual to the audience, but also reminds the audience of the ancient times in which the Chamara played a prominent role.
We now see the entrance of another Tusker who shall parade in the Dalada Perahera. He is Mian Kumara, belonging to Venerable Bellangwila Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Bellangwila Rajamahawihara in Colombo. And on the mount of Mian Kumara, you see an official carrying a metallic umbrella, symbolizing protection to the impending relic casket. Mian Kumara is in fact a Burmese Tusker who was gifted to the Bellangwila Rajamahawihara in the year 2013.
Coming into sight is the Malpada dance performance, which is also known as Polmal or Hatmal or the Maduporaya, which is also a ritualistic dance performance that has its variants across the traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuan. And this act is the upcountry tradition that originates from the Kohamba Kankarya healing ritual.
And this troupe of Malpada is being represented this evening by Mr. W. M. Dayananda. The polmala or the coconut flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka or national tree of bounty, which denotes prosperity. In fact, the national emblem of Sri Lanka too consists of the vase of coconut flowers known as the punkalasa, that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity.
This Malpadaya dance consists of dancers who hold this polmala, the national symbol of prosperity, with both hands while sincerely representing the same bounty and abundance in their dance. The symbol of this dance is to pray for fertility and prosperity, which is interestingly the prime motive of the Perahera itself, where the dancers sing various ritualistic chants, which are in fact verses of prayer for prosperity.
Following the Malpadaya dance, we are seeing the first duo of elephants to arrive. On one side, we have the elephant Deumini, belonging to Venerable Boralande Vajranyana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo. And on the other side, we see the elephant Suddhi, belonging to Mr. Premasiri Kalwarachi of Habarana. In fact, Suddhi and Deumini represent the younger generation of elephants who shall take part in the Kandy Esala Perahera of 2023.
It is interesting to see how this lighting technique of copera is still used to date regardless of the new technological methods of lighting of the way. And coming into sight is a troupe of Pantheru dancers.
This troupe of Pantheru dancers are being represented this evening by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri of the Upcountry Dance Faculty. Pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamu dance. But the Pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata Hatpadaya, the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
This instrument is a small brass circular framed castanet with 5 cymbals fixed to it, which gives a subtle metallic sound as it shakes. It was originally used to keep the beat in the chamber of versifiers or the Kavikara Maduwa, and it is considered as one of the most authentic tunes that are engaged with the sound offerings associated with the Dalada Puja.
now see the approach of another elephant who shall be carrying two officials with canopies, symbolizing protection to the impending approach of the relic casket. And this elephant is Sita, belonging to Mrs. Nilanthi Veerasinghe of Meerigama. Following Sita, we are now seeing a troupe of Paturu dancers who are trained by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of the Sri Dalada Maligava troupe of dance.
Paturu is an upcountry styled folk dance act that is known for the faster tempo when compared to the other folk dance acts, and it is performed in the upcountry tradition. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of the upcountry gatabere drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts of their body.
The Paturu dance, see how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka.
Speaking of folk dances in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several notable characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment and recycle of poems. In fact, the building blocks of rural folk dancing implies the social connections between the villagers, where the dancing act to include several episodes of interaction among them. Dekara of Sri Dalada Maligava.
This elephant is Rani, belonging to Mr. Chanaka Jayasekara of Pallebedda. In history, it was just the elephants of Kandy who used to take part in the Kandy Esala Perahera. But now, elephants such as Rani, who comes all the way from Ratnapura, makes it a compulsory episode of her annual lifestyle to take part in the Kandy Esala Perahera.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Malayali dancers trained and led by Mr. Wasantha Gunathilaka and Mr. Wasantha Rajangana. The Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in the Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Kumbal Perahera festivals. But now we are seeing the Nayandi dance being performed in the Grand Randoli Procession.
The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandian West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that takes the shape of a cobra.
The speciality of the Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet attained reverentially as a West dancer.
In fact, any dance artist who aspires to be crowned as a Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi to proceed. We now see the arrival of two majestic elephants clad in dark blue robes. We see the elephants Vijitaraja belonging to Venerable Singhapura Chaitya Thero, the chief incumbent of the Dimbulagala Aranda Senasil, alongside with the elephant Kanduravira belonging to Venerable Kanangama Narada Thero, the chief incumbent of the Kotalavala Sankapiti Vihara in Kaduvela. In fact, both Vijitaraja and Kanduravira are famed to be two elephants who are quite modest and well behaved in their walk in the Perahera, which you too can notice.
Flags, which represents the cordial relationships Sri Lanka had with Burma in terms of protecting the sacred.
Yet another much awaited performance, the Raban Krida, or the spinning of Raban, that is represented this evening by the team by Mr. Aryapala Vijayamanna.
The Rabana, or the handheld tambourine, is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But this is no such dance, even though we see the presence of a tambourine in play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more of a sport-like performance than a dance item. And that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese.
There are many forms of Raban used in Sri Lanka. We have the Maha Rabana or the Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu, and the Atrabana, which we see now, that is the most prominently seen drum used in dance-related performances. And we also hear a version known as the Karakevime Rabana, or the spinning tambourine that is right in front of us, which is in fact the same Atrabana with a dent carved in its middle.
The spinning game of the Rabana can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are of different age levels, younger to senior, who have developed this skill performing with great precision to detail today at the Final Randoli Perahera.
They spin the Rabana in their flexible, long cane sticks in great balance. And the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Raban back on their sticks or from their hand with no room for failure. Every such succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers, as it really seems impossible to the common eye.
And we see young artists adding twists and turns to this act, while they spin multiple Rabanas on designated stands, and we see this individual balancing 6 of the tambourines at once. Just like Nilesh mentioned, there are many variations of tambourines which are used in Sri Lanka, and we see the Virindu Rabana being used here for the simple play and for the singing.
Followed by these talented dancers, we are now seeing the arrival of one of the young tuskers of the Daladakaya's Malvatta monastic order, Venerable Tippatuave Sri Siddhartha Sumangala Theru. Sindhu is in fact a single tusked elephant who was gifted to the Malvattu Mahaviharaya in the year 2009 by the former president Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksha.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Tammattam players.
Tammatam was introduced to the Sri Dalada Perahera as a singular act by the veteran Tammatam artist Mr. A.P. Asuranatha of Ridhigam in Kurunegala, who is in fact the father of the artist Sujit Ananda, who is heading this particular ensemble of Tammatam instrumentalists.
The Tammatam, also known as the Pokurudara in Sinhalese and kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument in the Hebisi ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahera as the main sound offering towards the impending requiems of worship. However, although Tammatam plays a part in the Hebisi ensemble, in this act it celebrates the Tammatama as an individual performance, excluding any other musical instruments that we saw in the Hebisi troupe.
All Sri Lankan drums are made out of wood, and even the wood they use for each drum is different in variations of aloe, ahala and jack. We now see the arrival of another tusker in the Perahera, and this tusker is in fact the latest addition to the family of tuskers living at the Sri Dalada Maligawa. He is Pulatisi Raja, formerly known as the Tusker Panchrimor of Myanmar. He was gifted to Sri Lanka in the year 2017 by the former President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Maithripala Sirisena. The dress worn by Pulatisi Raja takes us back to a long time in history. The technique of bokkala, or the silver platings that had been used as the main decoration of elephant costumes in history. And it is interesting to see how the historical design is brought back into shape in this costume, which was tailored brand new for the Kandy Esala Perahera of 2023.
And coming into sight is a troupe of mixed folk dancers trained by Mr. P.C.B. Vijaysurya. The traditional dancing in Sri Lanka is segregated into two main types known as Shastriya Nattu, folk dance performances. The dance that we see now is a remarkable fusion of not just one but four different folk dance performances. Here we see the artists presenting four different folk dances, which are the Thalampata, Leekeli, Rabang and Savaram. Although in this performance the Thalampata, Leekeli, Raban and Savarang are used together, we will be seeing each of these performances in individual dance items across all the 5 segments of this majestic Perahera. And this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of the Sri Lankan folk culture.
Folk dancing is also known as Jananatu or Gaminatu, which are dance items that represent the culture of the native village lifestyles of Sri Lanka. These acts have no ritualistic regulations that need to be space left for creativity in designing the choreography, costumes and tunes, along with the other elements of attraction, keeping in mind not to harm the authenticity of the dance as how it was passed down from generation to generation. Next up, we are seeing the elephant Muthu. Muthu was an elephant who starred in the procession of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya over the past few days, and we see him back in the procession of the Sri Dalada Maligava for the grand Final Randoli Perahera. Muthu belongs to Venerable Murundiniya Dhammaratana Theru, the chief incumbent of the Mutiyangana Rajamaha Vihara in Badulla. In fact, Chamoda, the Mutiyangana Rajamaha Vihara is a temple which Lord Buddha has visited by himself.
Coming into sight is a troupe of castanet players.
And this troupe of castanet players are being represented by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
The Thalampata, or a small set of cymbals, is a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the pace and rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned as Thit Matre. But here, the Thalam dance considers these little cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in a denoted rhythm which aligns the footwork and the hand movements accordingly.
The young performers dash these cymbals in the choreographed rhythm and perform a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical movements in this space, using the right moves that are designed in maintaining the cultural element of the act.
The Thalampata dance is recognized as a Gana dance due to the use of Thalampata as the main dance tool, which belongs to the Gana variant of the Panchathurya Nada. This evolves its way as a Gananatuma due to the mere reason of how these artists dash their thalam with each other as a part of their dance performance. The dancers have not failed to add beauty to the visual appearance of the dance through their costumes and the props. We see vibrant and bright colored costumes worn by the artists and also used in the props.
Just as we saw Muthu belonging to the Muthiyangana Rajamahawihara, Madhu is in fact the second representation of the same Muthiyangana Rajamahawihara temple, once again belonging to Venerable Murundiniya Dhammaratana Thero. The specialty of Madhu is that he is an elephant with very less facial pigmentation that is unique to the Asian elephants who we see in our country. Following Madhu, we are seeing the second troupe of Pantheru dancers, and this time they are being represented by Mr. Palitha Hapugoda.
Pantheruva is a main musical instrument used in the Kavikara Maduva. The Kavikara Maduva is one of the 5 types of upcountry performing arts that refers to the chanting group of the Perahera. Pantheru dance is used in the Kavikara Maduva, therefore the most authentic version of this dance, and also the costume can be seen in the Kandy.
Elephants are truly the most majestic masterpiece of the Perahera. The Dalada Perahera too has a wide variety of elephants taking part. This elephant is Kanchana, belonging to Mr. Udara Galapati of Kirula. Kanchana is one of the most obedient elephants who shall be seen in the Perahera this evening. She is in fact an actress who starred in many Sri Lankan teledramas and movies.
Coming into sight is a troupe of sword bearers dancing to the styles of the flutes and the drums. And this team today is led by Mr. Hasindu Gunawardana of the Upcountry Dancing Faculty.
The Kadu Netuma, or the sword dance, is not at all meant to promote violence in the Perahera, but is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha. this dance actually is meant to be a tribute and to illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors who risked their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation.
The dance, in fact, is a dramatic choreography of dance which uses the props of the kaduva or the sword, the paliha, which is the shield, where the dancers present a fictional battle that is displayed using these choreographed dance steps, which are unique to the folk dance styles of the upcountry tradition. One could notice how the facial expressions of these dancers show an abundance of bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play.
Certain sword dancing acts also utilize the singing of Tankavi or battle-oriented poetry, which is lyric speaks of the bravery, courage and victorious energy of our ancient warriors, while highlighting and appreciating the heroic personalities who we have come across in history. The Battle of Gannorwa, the Battle of Wagolla and the Battle of Danture are three such examples of combats that Sri Lankans battled out for the sake of our loyalty, and we sincerely believe that the presentation of these warriors could be of nothing but a tribute to them. And following the sword dance, we are seeing the elephant Rani belonging to Mr. S.M. Samaranayaka of the Velamboda Kandy Esala in Gampala. In fact, it is the tradition that the first elephant to be invited for the Kandy Esala Perahera should be a female of the upcountry lineage. And in fact, Rani is the first invitee of the Kandy Esala Perahera since many years.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Lekeli dancers. Lekeli is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in rhythm individually and even among groups. Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture to the audience, but the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed as the ancient practices of war battles among the folk lifestyles. As the name of the dance itself, with the word Kelia, which translates into the word battle. This troupe of Lekeli dancers is led today by Nimesh Sumanaratna of Sri Chandananda Buddhist College.
The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Likili dance create the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previous tour affiliation with war rehearsing.
Likili is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which proves by evidence that it is still visible to all of us.
A tailored costume. This is the elephant Mali, belonging to Mr. Chatura Vikramanayaka of Horana. In fact, elephants in Sri Lanka are owned by either temples or private personalities who can be formidable and dominant characters of the country. This elephant, who once belonged to the former Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, was Mr. Ratnasiri Vikramanayaka.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Nayandi dancers. And this troupe is trained and led by Mr. Saman Nilvitha.
Upcountry dancing too has its regional variants, just like the Sri Lankan dance traditions of Low Country and Sabaragama. These regional variants are known as the Kandian variant of Mahanura, the Satara Korale variant of Kegol, and the Sat Korale variant of Kurunagala. The Perahera is in fact rich with all these variants that can be noticed and differentiated with careful attention.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatam due to the visual richness in attraction, and this dance also is known as Adaves, meaning half of the West costume.
The arrival of a group of tuskers or Atpanti in Sinhalese are one of the most majestic sights of the Perahera. Carrying Burmese flags and pearl and brass umbrellas, here we see the elephants Raja belonging to Mrs. Sita Senanayaka of Hettimulla in Kegol, alongside with the elephant Punchbanda belonging to Mr. Kitsirivelagedra of Polkahavela.
Coming into sight is the Udakki dancers, trained and led by Mr. M.B. Tennakon. Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the Udakkiya that we see here in this dance performance. We do not see just the performers playing the Udakkiya, but they also perform a dance and interestingly do sing at the same time, which makes it a Udakki dance act, a triple fusion of art.
The Udakkiya is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belongs to the Arthata category of the Panchaturyanada, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandian attire and dances while playing the instrument along with recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha.
Udakki Gatter is a very special episode of the Udakki dance performance where we see the performers grouping up in subgroups to create a knot out of their drums that is fascinating to see how it's been tied and removed in compliance to its dance orientation.
Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of drums, and the Udakkiya, what we see right now, is considered as the smallest traditional drum that was found in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing rituals across all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka.
The origin of the Udakkiya is believed to be originating from the Damuru drum that is being seen in the iconography of Lord Ishvara, a renowned deity who is much popular among Hindus around the world.
Back in the year 2007, we saw the arrival, rather blessed with the arrival, of two majestic tuskers to Sri Lanka from the government of Myanmar. And here we see these two gifts, Miyan Raja, formerly the Moyataka, and Buruma Raja, former Kaimanthon of the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Coming into sight is the most unique and recognized presentation of the Kandian dance heritage, which is the fully adorned West Natua or the Kandian West Dancer. The Kandian dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture. And today this troupe is trained and led by Mr. Ishanthi Helavela and Lasantha Vansekara. It is the iconic Vex dancer who is the branding identity of the traditional Sri Lankan dancing across the seven seas. Despite of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to traditional Sri Lankan dance.
We are receiving images where the Honorable President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, witnessing the Grand Randoli Perahera from the Queen's Hotel in Kandy.
He is seen enjoying the impending approach of the sacred relics of Lord Buddha.
This is the most anticipated moment of the Grand Randoli Perahera, the arrival of the royal tusker carrying the Perahera relic casket, walking on the white carpets, covered by the Uduviyana. This evening, the great tusker Vasana, the Athami of the Ruhunu Mahakatragama Devalaya, shall be carrying the Perahera relic casket in this final Grand Randoli Perahera.
Coming into sight is the Karya Karavana Korana. Dressed in the white Duppatti costume, this Karya Karavana Korana is the royal official that holds the responsibility for all engagements in regard to the offering, and he is the only person in the Perahera who has the permission to walk forwards and backwards during the Perahera.
This evening of the Grand Randoli Perahera, the royal tusker Vasana shall be accompanied by the tusker Sinharaja of the Sri Dalada Maligava, alongside with the tusker Kandula belonging to Venerable Kollupitiya Mahinda Sangarakita Theru, the chief incumbent of the Kelaniya Rajamahavihara. We now see the troupe of Nagasingham instrumentalists of South Indian origin who play ahead of the sacred tooth relic.
A very special orchestra that leads the relic casket are the Nagasingham instrumentalists, and they are the part of the tradition which is conducted in veneration to Lord Buddha.
Let us now take this moment to feel and worship the great virtues of Lord Buddha. Following behind the relic casket are the chamber of versifiers.
It is a group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments including the Pantheruwa and the Udakkiya. And the speciality of the Kavikara Maduwa is that these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the chamber, and shall sing till it reverentially placed back after the Perahera.
Following the most sacred moment of this Perahera, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps to symbolize an offering to the Perahera relic casket.
The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costumes that we shall ever see in the Perahera. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out of the true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see in these devotees.
There are several forms of offering. There are incense sticks, which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps, which offer light. We see both flowers and lamps in the hands of these devotees, which interpret this episode of the Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket.
This Perahera we are seeing is being held for the 1713th time. This had begun during the reign of King Kirti Sri Meghavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year. And this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country. Having been able to put such a spectacle together for such a long time is indeed a fact that Sri Lankans as a nation should be proud of.
It is an interesting fact from history that in the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. It was indeed the thankful move by King Kirti Sri Rajasingha who declared that the relics need to be taken in procession for the public to witness and venerate and seek for blessings.
Coming into sight is the second troupe of West dancers led by very senior artists Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Peter Surasena.
It was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangalya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a dividos or a godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Panduvasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Thambapani. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Kueni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandy Indian dancing, which is quite interesting to learn.
The dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just random participants, but in fact they have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera as lineages since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineages of Talgahagoda, Verapitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihalavela, to name a few. Dancers who stand in the first line right in front of the icon of respect is the current heir of the particular lineages who shall be leading the dancing troupe.
Just about to witness the lay custodian of the Sri Dalada Maliga, the 19th Diyavadana Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadela, who shall walk with utmost pride and majesty, which brings a true sense of ancient royalty to the Perahera.
Indeed, this setup itself tells us the glory of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
Diyavadana Nilame is the royal official who granted water to the kings in history and is now designated as the lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which makes him one of the most truly respected lay leaders in Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala is a devoted Buddhist who is honored internationally for his services that he is rendering towards Buddhism and for his outstanding leadership in preserving Sri Lanka's traditions today and for the future. The Diyavadana Nilame shall walk under the Muthukuda or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards and followed by the Vidane, or the chieftains of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligala. And this team of guards are represented today by the Angompora team of the Sri Lanka Air Force.
We are now seeing the Gamdahaye Vidanivaru, or the chieftains of the 10 villages known as the Nithagam, the villages that are affiliated to the Sri Dalada Maligava, walking behind the Diyavadanilame in the Kandy Esala Perahera to portray their loyalty towards the king.
This is a spectacle in display to tell us about the living history and the dazzling culture of Sri Lanka.
You are joining us with the live broadcast of the grand Final Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2023, brought to you by the Sri Dalada Maligava Media and Special Projects Bureau.
In fact, putting such a magnificent pageant continually for over 1700 years is not an easy task. And we just saw the conclusion of the Sri Dalada Maligava Perahera of such an elegant pageant. And we see the commencement of the Sri Mahanatha Devala procession, and we see how the initial rituals are being performed at the Natha Devala premises.
The Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligava, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligava. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is in fact the first in line after the Dalada Perahera, due to the belief that Lord Natha is the next to attain Buddha.
And now we see the requilleries of God Natha being carried out of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya.
Leading the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya are the Buddhist flag bearers, who symbolize the fact or the relationship that Lord Natha shares with Buddhism. And before the Buddhist flags, we are seeing another special flag that is being carried, which is in fact the state flag of Matale. This is to symbolize the birthplace of the current Basnayaka Nilame, AWS Bandaranayaka, which portrays his loyalty towards the king.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal stripes represents the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical stripes represents eternal world's peace.
These flag bearers are represented by the Civil Defence Authority of Pallikele, And now we see the first Hevisi troupe of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, which is being led by Mr. S.Y.G. Vijayasena. Just like how the Hevisi troupe of the Sri Dalada Maligaon procession engages in their own routine offerings, the Hevisi troops of the four Devala Peraheras are the actual lineages who still perform in the daily, weekly, monthly and annual rites and rituals of the particular Devalaya. As Hevisi is not just a part of the Sri Dalada Maligaon's rituals, but is also similarly important to the offerings of Devala shrines, as the main Shabda Puja or sound offerings towards the respective god. Interestingly, the tunes that are played by these ensembles are the ones that are unique to the respective Devalaya.
It is fascinating to know how the blend of all of these instruments individually contribute to the symphonic sound of the overall ensemble. When musically analyzing the instrument on its own, we see that the daula is used to create a deep echoing sound. The tammattama, on the other hand, creates a noise that is heard to a far distance, while the horanava creates a high-pitched wind noise, and all of these put together creates the iconic symphony that covers the heritage of Sri Lanka.
The premises of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is recognized as the Jayabhumiya, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancient ancestors, based on the indication by a Brahmin named Senkanda. According to the legend, this sage Senkanda is the reason why we call this city as Senkadagala. And now we see the first elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Esala Perahera, on whose mount we see an official carrying the flag of Senkadagala, which is also known to be the flag of God Natha. Leading the procession this evening is the elephant Chula, belonging to Venerable Bengamue Dhammadinna Theru, the chief incumbent of the Palmadulla Rajamahawihara in Ratnapura. Chula is an elephant who was gifted to the Palmadulla Rajamahawihara in the year 2003 by the former Prime Minister and the current President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe. Next, we are seeing a Sabarang dance troupe that is trained and led by Mr. Dilshan Shalika of the Arya Aesthetic Academy.
Dance items which involves these tassels are used quite often in the Perahera. But this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed previously. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is similar to the Chamara dance, but the difference is in the prop that is used.
The Devalaya is believed to be built as an offering towards god Natha by King Vikramabahu III, and the royal buildings including the palace had then been built in its surroundings. Here we belonging to Venerable Karthota Panyasiha Theru, the chief incumbent of the Vaurukannala Rajamahawihara in the Kwella. Following Arjuna, we are now seeing a Lekeli dance performance that is trained by Mr. H.M.P. Upali Dharmaratna of the Shashikala Aesthetic Academy.
Lekeli is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs and at times in groups. Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience.
Now we see a troupe of Udakki dance performers trained by Mr. Dhammika Bandara Tennakon.
Hourglass-shaped hand drum that belongs to the Arthatha category of the Panchature Nadaya, since it's played only using playing this instrument along with the recitals to glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon, known as the Savarang, is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum, and it is actually the controller of the drum's rhythm, and in the midst of the dancers dancing, singing and playing, they also need to be mindful of the rhythm that is manipulated using this technique.
This is the arrival of the next elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, who is Sudu Mahathya.
Coming into sight is a troupe of Raban dancers trained and led by Mr. Anjana Gamage. The Rabana or the handheld tambourine is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka known as Rabanattu. The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity, belonging to the Arthatha classification of traditional musical instruments. Both the Rabana and the Bumadiya, which are drums played only using the bare hands, are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup.
the Sri Natha Devali in Kandy's believed era, and that is the main shrine which is dedicated towards God Natha. And adjoining the main building is the smaller shrine that is dedicated to God Gambara. It is believed that when the Dutch armies had used the same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king. Another highlight of the Natha Devala premises is the historic Ashtapala Bodhi tree that is famed as the Well Bodhiya, which is much worshipped by all devotees who visit the Sri Dalada Maligava.
Talking about the Natha Devalaya, an amazing fact behind the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is that it was the sacred site which was used for the naming and the crowning of new kings during the ancient Kandian era. The inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devalaya first and then arrive at the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya to pick their favored name as the king among the golden name plates.
Following the interesting dance of Raban, we are seeing the arrival of the elephant Kueni belonging to Mr. Mahinda Millangoda of Kegol. Here we see one of the most interesting dance items of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. Similar to the dance we saw in the Sri Dalada Perahera, once again this is a thumb at thumb dance performance.
Indeed, an amazing feature about the Thammatam dance performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thammatama, which is evidently why it is recognized as the Thammatam dance. The Thammattama belongs to the Vitata classification of Panchature Nadaya, and it is played using two cane sticks known as Kadippu. And this is why Thammattama is a drum set that consists of two drums known as the Mandama and the Handabandaya, which produces two distinct sounds.
After some silence of few years, we are great to see the elephant Kumari, belonging to Mr. Asanka Vijay Singh of Balangoda, taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera once more, and this time in the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya.
Coming up next is a Nayadi dance troupe trained and led by W.G. Indika Pradeep Valikumbura.
followed by this Nayandi dance troupe. This is the elephant Sama, belonging to Mr. Venerable Uduwe Dhammaloka Thero of the Alan Methiniyarama temple.
This is the first West troop we see in the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession, which hints us of the impending approach of an iconic moment of the today's Perahera.
In fact, this is the most awaited moment by the devotees of Lord Natha, as we shall be expecting the ceremonial elephant carrying the godly ornaments of God Natha in the Perahera.
West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formerly associated with the kings since ancient times. When going down the history, the West dance was performed in the time of the Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as Kandian dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
This evening of the Grand Randoli Perahera, we see the godly ornaments of God Natha being reverentially carried by the majestic elephant Rohana, belonging to Mr. Varuna Kannanga of Horana, and Rohana is accompanied by the elephant Kandula, belonging to Venerable Devalegama Dhammasena Thero, the chief incumbent of the Tissa Maharam Rajamaha Vihara in Tissa Maharama, and the elephant Bandara, belonging to Mr. L. Tilakaratna of Randaniya in Kegor.
We can see the requelaries of Godnatha is being preceded by the chief trustee of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya.
Let us now take this moment to feel the virtues of Lord Natha.
A well-known fact behind Godnatha is the belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in the Indian cults. The iconography of Godnatha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower in his left hand. He is in fact famed as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country.
Now we see the arrival of the second West troop of the Sri Lanka Esala Perahera, this time being represented by the team of Mr. Asanka Karunaratna. And the speciality of this West dance is to escort the way for the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya.
The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya has been situated very close to the Sri Dalada Maligava for many years for the Buddhist devotees to venerate and worship. Since the legend of Godnatha takes us down through many cults in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and Theravada traditions, where he is predominantly associated as the future Buddha in the Sri Lankan history. And these are recorded as evidences and mentions of Godnatha in the Sandeshya of Tisara, Gira, Koul, where Godnatha was one of the prime deities who was seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka.
As mentioned before, the role of this troupe of West dancers is to welcome the arrival of the Basnayaka Nilame, and as part of the Grand Randoli Perahera, we are seeing the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy, AWS Bandaranayaka, who is accompanied by the Basnayaka Nilames of the rural shrines, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Vegiriyanatha Devala in Gampala, Anura Irigama, and the Basnayaka Nilame of the Dodangbalanatha Deval in Yatinora, Chamila Akaranka Verapitiya.
And we see these Basnayaka Nilame is being provided the respect of a royal decree, with the guards lining on each side and with the protection provided to them with the umbrellas.
We also notice the brass stands of the sun and the moon, which reminds us of a pledge made by several kings in terms of the Kandy Esala Perahera. And the sun and the moon we see here symbolize the fact that the Perahera shall be organized till the eternal existence of the sun and the moon.
As that marks the end of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession, we are moving on to the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession. and we see how the initial rituals are being carried out in the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya premises. This Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya premises. The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy is also prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya or the Great Shrine, and it is the main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevalayas in Kandy. Now we see how the reliquary of God Vishnu is being carried out of the Devalaya to be placed on the tusker tasked with the royal burden of carrying them on the streets of Kandy. Starting off the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession, we see the cloth flag bearers. And this group of flag bearers are represented by the Civil Defence Force of Pallekele. Coming into sight is the elephant called Taraka, who belongs to Mr. Kularatna Wijetunga of the Rankadu Pattini Devalaya, Kaduwela.
Taraka is in fact the tallest elephant who shall take strides in the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya this evening, dressed in the grand Bokkala costume, adorned in the color of blue, holding the sun and moon flag of the Satara Koralaya.
Coming into sight is the official heavy troop of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. Just like how the heavy troop of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. Just like how the heavy troop of the Sri Dalada Maligava is seconded to its service, the heavy troop of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is notably special among all the other heavy troops that we see throughout this procession based on the several importances.
I believe, Chamoda, that most of the important episodes behind the rituals behind the Kandy Esala Perahera focuses on the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. And all those rituals involve this exact heavy troop which is performed right in front of us, isn't it?
Indeed, and one of those is the Kapsituime, or the planting of the jack plant, which is done at an auspicious hour. And that piece of jack plant is being cut from the village of Alutnuwara, that is located in the footsteps of Kadugannava, which marks the entrance to the district of Kandy. And it is also known for Alutnuwara Sri Dadimunda Devalaya, that is the main shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Lord Dadimunda.
the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy that is prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya or the Great Shrine is the main Devalaya in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevala concept in Kandy. Now we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahan Vishnu Devalaya in Kandy, dressed in the traditional white costume and the silver anchors. That's supposed to be the right tradition that is respective for the Devalaya. And he is on the mount of the elephant Banda, belonging to Mr. Sisira Samarakon of Polgavila. Famed as the Damunupola elephant, Banda has been a participant of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession since his childhood. Following Banda, we are now seeing a troupe of Savarang dancers represented by the Nityatal Dance Academy of Mr. Ruwan Talgahagoda.
The choreography of this folk dance that is styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning that is performed using different dance steps, different stances, and the visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly being worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees. He is known by 108 other names including Hari, Madhava, Venkateshwara and Narayana, apart from the Sri Lankan recognition as Upulwan. Chamoda, this flag is quite special to the Satara Korale affiliated with the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, which is known as the Savarang Kodiya, one of the recognitions provided by King Senara to the folk of the Satara Korale itself, taken out only after the third Randoli Perahera, and it was on the mount of the elephant Muthu belonging to Mr. Indika Mudunkot of Manikinna.
And coming into sight is a troupe of Pantheru dancers trained and led today at the Vishnu Mahadevalaya procession by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe.
We see aerial images of the citadel of Kandy bring brightly lit up to welcome the grand Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera festivities of 2023. The Pantheruva, which we see as the main prop being used by these dancers, have a connection with Lord Vishnu. In fact, the iconography of Lord Vishnu shows him holding 4 weapons in his 4 hands: the mace, the lotus flower, the conch shell, and the chakrayuda, known as the Sudarshan Chakra, a swirling discus which is believed to be the originating tool of the Pantheru itself. And it is no wonder that the Pantheru dance performance need to be represented in the procession of Lord Vishnu.
Speciality of all these dance performances at the Kandy Esala Perahera is that they perform differently when they are performing at one place and then when they are walking on the streets. The significance is very visible to the onlookers who are paying close attention.
Representing a conch shell, which I mentioned before as one of the weapons of Lord Vishnu, this is the elephant Puja belonging to Mrs. Kamini Samarasinghe of Randeniya, one of the only elephants to be born in domestic environment. After Puja, we are seeing a blue costumed Lee Kelly dance performance that is trained by Mr. Neil Chaminda.
Lee Kelly is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by the evidence that it is still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Ambakke Kataragama Devalaya that belongs to the Gampola era too portrays a pictorial carving that illustrates a Lee Kelly performance. Apart from the Sri Lankan concept of the Lee Kelly dance, which we identify as an upcountry folk dance performance, we see much similar versions in other neighbouring cultures, and some of them could be identified as the Dandiya, which is the main folk dance of the Gujarat state of India. And following that vibrant group of Lee Kelly dancers, coming into sight is a troupe of Nayandi dancers. And this troupe of Nayandi dancers, trained and led by Mr. M.J. Nittavela, has an interesting affiliation to an individual called Nittavela Gurunanse, who has been instrumental in bringing the Sri Lankan culture to the international level.
Undoubtedly can be called as one of the forefathers of modern day Kandian dancing.
Indeed.
The Nayani dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction. Followed by the Nayani dancers, we are now seeing another excited dancer following them. He is Gyamunu Kandula, belonging to the Pinnavala Elephant Conservation Center.
And now we are seeing a troupe of Udaki dancers trained and led by Mr. Samansiri Kondadenia. And he is also believed to be hailing from a well-reputed lineage of Kondadenia, who has been performing in the Esala Perahera festival for a long time. And they are representing the Saman Arts Academy.
The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, known as the Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods, namely Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is in fact the preserver of the world. Apart from the Trimurtiya, another similar concept of Hinduism named Smartha involves Lord Vishnu, where 5 deities including Lord Shiva, Shakti, Ganesh, Surya and Vishnu himself, which promotes equal faith to all 5 of the deities. Here we see the elephants Gagana and Pillumale, once again represented by the Pinnavala Elephant Conservation Center. There was a dwindling population of the elephants who took part in the Kandy Esala Perahera, and as a measure, the Pinnavala Elephant Conservation Center decided to participate a few of their elephants. And for nearly 6 years at a stretch, here we see Gagana and Pillumale joining the Kandy Esala Perahera.
And now we are coming to another performance of Pantheru dancers. And this troupe is trained and led by Mr. K.G. Dharmasiri, who is hailing from the Kodituakku lineage.
I believe that this is the second troupe of Pantheru dancers we are seeing the procession of the Vishnu Devalaya.
I think they have given prominence to the Pantheru dance because of its resemblance to the Sudarshana Chakra of God Vishnu.
Apart from that, the Pantheru has been part of the Dalada performances, including the Suvisa Vivarane and the Ashtamala Damane. And following that, we see the 2 baby tuskers, Mihin Raja and Rohana Raja, belonging to Mr. Neville Vanyarachi of Kotte.
And again coming into sight is a West dance troupe, which again signals us that an important event is yet to begin, and that is the most awaited moment of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya procession, isn't it, Nilesh?
Certainly, we would see the devotees of Lord Vishnu rising from their seats to pay respect to the ceremonial elephant who shall carry the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu.
Legends believe that Lord Vishnu is the future Buddha after God Natha, which is evidently the reason as to why we see the procession of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya following after the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya according to the traditions of the Esala Perahera.
Led by the instrumentalists of Taboru, preceded by the chief priest of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, today the great elephant Kandula Tissa of the Sabaragamu Mahasaman Devalaya in Ratnapura shall be carrying the requilities of Lord Vishnu, accompanied by Rani belonging to Mr. Deepthi Kumara of Biyagama and Vasana belonging to Mrs. Krishanti Alapada of Ratnapura. Let us take this moment to feel the virtues of Lord Vishnu. Walking ahead of us is the second troop of West dancers who shall escort the way for the Basnayaka Nilame.
We can see a very young dancer dancing enthusiastically and very proud of his position today at this Grand Randoli Perahera.
This evening at the Grand Randoli Perahera, we will be seeing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, accompanied by several other Basnayak Nilames of the rural shrines that are affiliated to the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy.
It is a sight which is not very usual in the other Randoli Perahera we have seen so far. So this is indeed a special sight that we are seeing today at the Grand Randoli Perahera.
Here we see the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy and the Alutnuvara Dadimunda Devalaya. Accompanying the Honorable Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy, we see the Basnayak Nilame of the Hangurankita Vishnu Devalaya, Abhita Ratnayaka, The Basnaik Nilame of the Gadaladiniya Vishnu Devalaya, Priyantayapa Bandara. The Basnaik Nilame of the Lanka Tilaka Vishnu Devalaya, Priyanta Amanugama. And the Basnaik Nilame of the Alavatugoda Saman Devalaya, Bhashana Kulatunga.
With the exact level of royal decree which we saw in the other Devalaya. And that marks the end of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession.
As you shall notice the internal rites and rituals that take place within this shrine when the requilleries of Lord Katharagama are being reverentially carried out.
The Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Katharagama in the city of Kandy. And the speciality of the Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya being the only out of the Satara Mahadevalaya or four main shrines that is located outside the premises of the Sri Dalada Maligava. And it is located in the Kotugedalla Vidya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty. Coming up first in the Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya is the Buddhist flag.
Represent the peacock, which is believed to be the royal mount of Lord Katharagama, represented by the Civil Defence Authority of Pallekele. Following the flag bearers, we are now seeing the official Havisi ensemble of the Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya in Kandy, who are being trained and led by Mr. from the lineage of P.V. James Gurunanse.
The Havisi troupe of Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya too is quite notable when it's compared to the other troupes of Havisi due to the differences in its tunes and tempo. The style of Havisi not just depends on the regional or situational variances but also varies among the several lineages that perform the traditional duty. And this troupe is distinguished for its faster tempo that is similarly unique to the customs of the rituals affiliated towards Lord Katharagama, and also by carrying a large windpipe known as the kombua, which we did not witness in the other parts of the procession.
Sri Mahakatragama Devalaya in Kandy has been built during the reign of King Narendra Singh, who ruled the country from the year 1707 to 1739, where it was considered as a personal Devala shrine to the Kandyan kings for their devotional rituals in order to receive blessings of Lord Katharagama.
Looking at these authentic Sri Lankan drums shall never fail to remind us of the Laksha industry of Sri Lanka that relates to one of the oldest handcrafting techniques that is believed to date back to the same history of Hevesi itself. And it is believed that the first Laksha artisan arrived in the shores of Sri Lanka with the Duvinda Gamana, or the arrival of the giant Sri Mahabodhi sapling to Sri Lanka from India. The intricate designs of these drums are made using Laksha handcraft technique. During the period of the Kandian kingdom from the 15th to 18th centuries, arts and crafts became highly appreciated and received royal patronage. During this time, the Kandian kingdom was famous for its Laksha industry, including the most well-known area of Hirikaduwa in Kandy.
Leading the procession of the Sri Kataragama Devalaya is the elephant Sankaraja, belonging to Venerable Kokavala Kosala Theru, the chief incumbent of the Sankapada Rajamaha Vihara in Abilipitiya. On the mount of Sankaraja, we are seeing an official carrying the flag of God Kataragama. You could notice, Chamoda, how the pictorial elements of the costume is displayed in this elephant, the Velayuda and the Thin Noru, which are identities of the Sri Kandy Esala Perahera.
And now coming into picture is a beautiful troupe of Savaran dancers. We could see that these Savaran dancers were a constant throughout all the segments of the Perahera. And this is symbolizing that they are fanning the requillaries of Lord Kataragama.
The Sri Kataragama Esala in Kandy is constructed in the shape of an oblong building with wood-carved valance boards, having narrow passages on all four sides. The premises hosts a main shrine dedicated to Lord Kataragama, along with several other shrines dedicated to several gods, including Lord Ganapati and Lord Ishvara.
Lord Kataragama is equally venerated by the Buddhist devotees and also the Hindu devotees. So we could see the South Indian influence coming into the Perahera in this segment of the Esala Perahera festival.
It is believed that Lord Kataragama is the younger son of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in the Indian subcontinent since ancient times. Worshipped as Mahasena and Kumara in North India, he is predominantly worshipped in the state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia and Mauritius. And now we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Kataragama Devalaya on the mount of the elephant Raju, belonging to Mr. Chamila Bandaranayaka of Gannorua. It is an interesting fact, Shamoda, that the exact Ankusaya which we see here was the one which was used during the time of King Rajadi Rajasingha, which is still being used in this procession after many years.
Indeed, Nilesh, I think those ancient components adds a very big value to the procession. And coming into sight is a troupe of Udakki dancers.
Many of the dance items which we shall see in the Perahera have several significances to the particular Devalaya, including the Udakki dance and the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya. In fact, the birth story of the Udakkiya has several legends behind it, where one such legend believes that the Udakkiya is in fact a drum which was used as the Damaruva drum, seen in the iconography of Lord Ishvara, the renowned deity who is much popular among the Hindus around the world. Ishvara is in fact the father of Lord Skanda, which coincidentally builds a relationship with the Udakki dance and the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala Perahera.
And this troupe today at this pageant is led by Mr. Buddhika Jayasinghe of the Maurya Arts Academy.
Dressed in the lavishly hand-painted costume of glittering red, she is the elephant Chuti Manike belonging to Mr. Bharata Amaratunga of Meegoda.
This young troupe of Pantheru dancers is representing the Nimesh Arts Academy, and they are led by Mr. Nimesh Nivantaka.
For anyone who concentrated on the Perahera thus far would have surely realized how the Pantheru dance is quite occasional throughout the Kandy Esala Perahera, where in all processions we saw thus far, we noticed a Pantheru dance act. And all of these dance acts had no differences in the costume that is worn, which highlights the fact and the relationship that Pantheru shares with Shastriya Natam.
Indeed, Nilesh, and it is to be noted that it is in the Kandy Esala Perahera alone that we can see this Pantheru dance in its most authentic form.
The costume of the Pantheru dance is one of the simple attires that are designed in the upcountry tradition, which consists of the white cloth turban, talisman around the neck, kadukkan earrings, bangles, and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of the costume was based on two reasonings. One, for being an associated offering to the sacred tooth relic, and number two, for being able to freely perform during the fast tempos which we just noticed.
I think the way how these youngsters perform, these acrobats, provides us with evidence that they are potential of doing much more than they are gifted with.
Certainly, and moreover, the simplicity of the dance form brings to mind of the simplicity and the evenness required in the daily lives of people as the troupe shall step forward in the city. Following the Pantheru dance, we are seeing the most senior participant of the Kandy Esala Perahera this year, She is Rani, belonging to Mr. Nalaka Jayasinghe of Godagama.
And Rani is wearing a costume which symbolizes the mount of God Kataragama, which is the peacock. And I think we are anticipating the arrival of a very vibrant dance, including a peacock.
This is certainly the transformation of the Perahera which we were just noticing. Till now we have been noticing the upcountry Gataberea, but now let us take a small turn down to the tune of the Tawil Berea. This is the peacock dance.
Indeed, Nilesh, and these peacock dancers are representing two arts academies, the Nipuna Arts Academy of Kamurupitiya, led by Vastu Heva Desha Nipun.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation of nature due to its distinct features of physical appearance. But the specialty of the peacock in this Perahera is beyond its attraction, as the dance depicts the beauty of the peacock, the godly vehicle of Lord Kataragama.
The peacock, in fact, is depicted in the traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing in the peacock symphony known as the Mayura Vannama, that uses traditional upcountry dance movements to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But this dance is rather a creative dance that is not connected with the Sri Lankan Mayura Vannama, but instead much similar to the Mailatam dance that is rooted with the South Indian state of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And these drums, which are different to the Sri Lankan traditional drums, also tells us that this dance act is inspired from South India.
The significant features of this dance include the glittery, vibrant costumes that add color to the procession's glamour, and on the other hand, the large peacock feathered prop, as well as the facial expressions of these performers, depict the charming grace of a peacock in its naturally romantic episodes of impressing its opposites.
Much different to the dance performances that we witnessed before, the procession of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya brings us to a complete change in flavor of music, as we do not hear any molam and papera music, which is the authentic tune that is used to perform the modern choreographed creative dance acts such as the peacock dance and the dances which will follow.
If we too were to explore an international aspect on how the peacock is culturally valued in different countries, the peacock is a sacred bird to the queen of goddesses Hera in Greek mythology, while the Chinese believe that the tail feathers of peacock symbolize luck and fame, especially during the Ming dynasty. Compared to Buddhist beliefs, it is interesting to note that the peacock flocking its feathers is symbolized as openness and purity, which is why peacock feathers are used for several religious rituals around Asia.
The procession has its own ways of keeping the spectators amused and engaged. I think this twist in the symphony, in the tunes and the choreography is obviously one of them.
Among the many different offerings that are made towards God Katharagama, Kavadi dancing is renowned as one of the most prominent dances of devotion which is performed to impress the likings. Kavadi is in fact a Tamil word that translates to burden in English language, and this dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadi Attam or burden dance.
To add a bit of vibrancy and color, in between these two Kavadi dancing troupes, we see a troupe of Kohambakala dancers.
In fact, Kohambakala is a similar dance to Kavadi, which includes several layers of pots attached to the heads of the dancers with neem leaves on its mount.
Indeed, and that group of Kohambakala dancers were led by Mahesh Veerasekara of the Surindu Arts Academy.
Coming back to the Kavadi dance, devotees believe that Lord Katharagama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations. These performers hold the hillocks known as Kavadi or physical burden, a semicircle shaped wooden prop with peacock feathers attached to it, on their shoulders, and dance to the fast tempo music in full energy, while at times the most authentic form of Kavadi is performed without a single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced and a highly energetic dance.
In fact, earlier we saw a troupe of Kavadi dancers who are known as Bhakti Kavadi, and they were trained and led by Mr. Vastuheva Deshan Nipun from the Kamburupitiya Nipuna Arts Academy, and this Kavadi troupe is led by Mr. Indika Prasad of the Indika Arts Academy.
The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing is segregated into several variants which are known as Bhakti Kavadi, Kiri Kavadi, Agni Kavadi and Paravi Kavadi, which have their own unique features different to each other. And what we see here in the procession tonight is of the variant Bhakti Kavadi, where the uniqueness of the variant is the concept that the hillock is made under much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered to God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with the belief that even 100 people cannot lift the hillock apart from the designated devotee.
The religious city of Katharagama shall never experience an hour that does not tune to this music, as the pilgrims who flock in the city of Katharagama consider performing this dance, which is the Kavadi dance, around the sacred site as a part of their venerated offering, as well as thanking their wishes to be granted by the Divine Lord.
Following the Kavadi dance, we are seeing the arrival of the elephant Sudumanike, belonging to Mr. Buddhika Miriyalla of Ganethan. Here we have reached one of the most special locations of the Kandy Esala Perahera, a fusion of both Sinhalese and Hindu practices under one spotlight. Before that, let us welcome these West dancers trained by Mr. Gaishan Malagammana of the Malagammana Aesthetic Academy, who shall escort the way for the ceremonial elephant carrying the relic casket of the Sri Mahakatharagama Devalaya.
we could say that the requilleries of God. Gods are being preceded by troops of West dancers so far in the previous two segments of the Perahera, and we can see the same arrangement being followed in this Perahera also. But here there is a small difference because this upcountry dance is fused with the South Indian music form.
We discussed many reasons as to how the Perahera of the Kataragama Devali is different to the rest of the procession. And another such a reason is the Nadaswaram ensemble that creates South Indian music offering ahead of the ceremonial elephant. They play the South Indian mridangam, Shanghai pipe and the Tawil drum while playing music that are of venerative songs towards Lord Kataragama.
Indeed, the cultural unity of our religious traditions is highlighted with pride as we hear these Buddhist patriotic songs being played by the Nadaswaram troupe, which communicate a picture of how Lord Kataragama himself shall take part in this procession of sacred tooth relic as one of the patron deities. The fusion of the Tawil drum and the Gatabere being played together is simply the taste of real Sri Lankan unity.
Marching ahead is the Iyer of the Sri Kataragama Devali in Kandy, the priest who is of Brahmanic lineage, representing the Sri Kataragama Devali Perahera. This evening, the ceremonial elephant of the Sri Kataragama Devale carrying the godly ornaments is Aruna, belonging to Venerable Higgodachandi Matero, the chief incumbent of the Handala Rajamaha Viharaya, accompanied by the elephant Esala, belonging to Venerable Katugastota Sarada Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sena Nayaka Mudalindaram Pirivena, and the elephant Gamunu, belonging to Mr. Ratnasiri Arangalla of Veyangoda. And let us take this moment to feel the virtues of Lord Kataragama.
And now we see the second troupe of West dancers in the Sri Kataragama Devalaya procession. And this troupe of West dancers are led by Mr. Gaya Shan Malagammana of the Malagammana Arts Academy.
In fact, the role of these West dancers are to welcome the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Kataragama Esala Perahera. And as part of the tradition of the Randoli Perahera, or this grand Randoli Perahera festival, it won't be just the Basnayak Nilme of the Sri Kataragama Devalaya, but he will be accompanied by more Basnayak Nilames representing the rural shrines.
Talking about God Kataragama, just like the other gods, God Kataragama too has a weapon unique to himself known as the Velayudaya, along with the other symbols such as the peacock and the color of red, which is significant to God Kataragama. We can see the Velayudaya also used symbolically in this procession. According to Richard Gombrich, Skanda has been an important deity in the Theravada Buddhist pantheon in countries such as Sri Lanka and Thailand.
This evening, the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy, Daminda Bandara Uduravana, shall be taking majestic steps in the Dalada Vidya. He is accompanied by the Basnayak Nilame of the Morape Kataragama Devala S.K. Ratnayaka and the Basnayak Nilame of the Ganegoda Kataragama Devala Asanka Ranavana.
As they take majestic strides down the streets of the hill capital, we are witnessing the closure of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya procession, marking the commencement of the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya procession. And now we see how the initial rituals and rites are being performed inside the premises of Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya.
The Sri Maha Pattini Devala in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandy and Satara Maha Devala that is dedicated to the virtuous goddess Pattini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth relic. This Devala is located in the premises of the Sri Dalada Maligava, which can be easily reached via the Deva Vidya and is separated from the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya from the ancient Advaitya, which used to be the resting ground for the royal elephants.
Coming up first, in the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya procession are the Buddhist flag bearers. This again is a reminder to us that this is a veneration towards the sacred virtues of Lord Buddha. Coming into sight is the heavy troop of the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya. This troop is also symbolic and iconic to the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya.
In fact, they are the official Hevisi troop who performs the daily, weekly, monthly and annual rituals of the Sri Maha Pattini Devala in Kandy, led by Mr. Palitha Nishanka, Mr. M.G. Sirisena and Mr. M.G. Premadasa. It is believed that this Devalaya is at least 4 centuries old, as there are written evidence of a Perahera that had been held during the reign of King Rajasingha II. According to folklore, the statue of goddess Pattini at this Devalaya was brought from the Malagammana Pattini Devalaya during the time of King Vimaladharma Surya I. Even today, the statue at the Malagammana Devalaya and the statue at Kandy looks very similar to each other, and this evidence suggests that the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya in Kandy would go back to the 16th century in history.
Talking about statues, Nilesh, if one observes very closely, they can see that a small statue of Goddess Pattini is attached to the impending requillaries of Goddess Pattini.
Certainly, and that makes it one of the other special reasons that the Pattini Esala Perahera of the Sri Maha of the Kandy Esala Perahera is quite unique in its own features.
Certainly. Goddess Pattini is famed as the goddess of chastity, and it is still considered as the most, and she is still considered as the most popular deity among Sri Lankans, despite being the goddess of an South Indian origin. goddess Pattini is also known as Kannagi Amman in Tamil folklore, where we find many kovils in Sri Lanka dedicated for her.
This is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy, the official in charge of the elephants who shall take strides in the procession of Goddess Pattini this evening. He is on the mount of the great elephant Manike, belonging to the late Mr. Anura Kempitiya of Kegoro. Proudly known as Kulpane Athinna, or the female elephant of Kulpane, she is one of the largest female elephants that we could see in the country. Now we are seeing the female Nayandi dance troupe that is being trained by the Ketumati Aesthetic Academy of Murtalava by Miss Lakshmi Kumari.
This is the first instance when we are seeing female dancers adding radiant colors to this procession. And I think it is indeed a treat to the eye and also a fact to be really proud of, that these young ladies are not paying heed to their gentle souls when they are taking the streets of the Kandy city.
One may wonder if the elegant presentations of Kandian dancing is only biased towards the male. As we noticed in the dances of Wes and Nayandi, this thought is certainly proved wrong with this dance, which is in fact the same Nayandi dance we saw before, but this time a female representation that is choreographed in a way which suits the feminine or lascive atmosphere that is expected out of a female performer.
The theories of Kandian dance classifies such female dance presentations as Narinatu, which translates to dance acts which are specifically designed to suit the manner and order of females.
Coming up next with an official with a Buddhist flag who is on the mount of the elephant Sita, belonging to Mr. Roshan Samarakodi of Maharagama. Chamod, if you could notice the costume of Sita, the Nettimale or the trunk piece, consists of a flower which depicts the golden anklet of Goddess Pattini, known as the Pattini Salamba.
Indeed, Nilesh, I think when we are talking about Goddess Pattini, this anklet plays a very prominent role in the folklore.
Adding vibrance to the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera is this Paturu dance act that is trained by Mr. Nishanta Sanjeeva of the Navaranga Aesthetic Academy of Galnava.
Paturu dance may explicitly seem as if it's a singular choreograph, but careful attention would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlight the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka.
Walking while sharing unconditional love are the two friendly elephants, Tarindu, belonging to Venerable Kubavaka Dhamminda Theru, the chief incumbent of the Kataragama Kirivehir Rajamaha Vihara, and the elephant Raja, belonging to Mr. Asanka Vijay Singha of Balangoda.
Coming into sight is another beautiful performance which is synonymous to the upcountry West dancer, and that is the upcountry traditional female dancers who are trained and led by Miss Nadika Asuranatha from the Dandiyagama Arts Academy, Mawatagama.
A special feature of this dance is the Shirshabarna or the Pine Patha, which is a very special headgear that is worn by the dancers. Just like how the West dancers are ceremoniously adorned with the West headgear, its female counterpart is the Shirshabarna headdress that is ceremoniously adorned to the dancers after years of practice in the festive ceremony known as the Kala Elimangalya. Therefore, being adorned with the Shirshabarna is certainly the highest level of achievement that is aspired by any traditional female dancer in Sri Lanka. We see another elephant, in fact a female elephant, who takes a similar walk to the dance that we saw in front of us. She is none other than Maniki, belonging to Mrs. Shriyani Gunawardhan of Dangovita, waving ahead of the audience as she takes pride in walking in the Grand Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera Festival 2023. Also known as the Dangovita elephant, Manike has been taking part in the procession of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya for many years.
And on Manike's mount, we see a canopy being carried on to symbolize the protection provided to the requiraries of Goddess Pattini.
Cooled by the breeze of the Kirimuhuda or the Kandy Lake on the left, from Udavatta Kale on the right, the city of Kandy is nothing but brilliance to welcome as we celebrate the Grand Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2023. And now we see a Savarang dance troupe that is trained by Miss Ajanta Kandegedara of the Sarasavi Aesthetic Academy of Molagoda.
In fact, this duty of fanning the kings of the ancient days was delegated to the females. And today, even in the rituals of the Pattini Devalaya, we see these rituals being performed by females. This is a very picturesque depiction of fanning the relics of Goddess Pattini by these Savarang dancers.
These tassels are not in fact artificial crafts. In fact, it is known to be the tail hair of the Semara deer who lives in the tip of the Himalayan mountains, which is used as the fanning tool of royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the semera tail, and this is why the fanning of using these tassels are sometimes known as semera salima.
Coming into sight is a beautiful fusion depicting the basis of agriculture in Sri Lanka, which is the Goyam Natu.
And this Goyam Natuma, or the agricultural dance, is being represented this evening by Miss Takshila Sirivardhana of the Takshila Aesthetic Academy of Yatihalagala. Goddess Pattini is also affiliated as the goddess of prosperity, and the said virtue of prosperity is symbolized in the Perahera in the form of this agrarian dance that depicts the roots of prosperity in our economy.
The Goyam Natuma, or the harvest dance, invokes a crucial part that is played by our great agricultural traditions that gave us the heritage idea of our nation, that this is a land of fertility and a land of bounty. That tradition has our great farming community giving part of their first harvest in offering to the Dhanada Vahanse in accordance with the Buddhist tradition of farming, which is based on planting, growing and harvesting without harming any living creatures in the process.
The agricultural dance, which we all call as the Goyam Natuma in Sinhalese, it's a beautiful illustration, as mentioned by Chamoda, of the village folk who are engaging in their role in agricultural activities. Sri Lanka is in fact known since history as the granary of the East, a country that is blessed with soils that can flourish any crop, and this is the same reason why Sri Lanka is powerful in its private sector of economy. And here we have the elephant manique belonging to Mr. H.R. Nishanka of Kegol. And Chamoda, did you know that yesterday was quite a special day for manique?
Why wouldn't we mention that today?
Usually the role of carrying the ceremony of the requilleries in the Kandy Esala Perahera is delegated to a male elephant. But for a change, it was Manique who was blessed with carrying the godly ornaments of Goddess Pattini in the 4th Randoli Perahera that was held yesterday. In that congratulative tone, let us now welcome the female representation of Pantheru, which is represented this evening by Miss Vindhya Kulasiri of the Jayashani Aesthetic Academy of Gorkadeniya.
The Pantheru dance was performed by males so far in this pageant today, but now we are seeing the females present the Pantheru dance. An interesting fact to note is that this Pantheru also has a symbolic importance in the Pattini Devale procession because it's believed that it is deriving from the anklet or the Ginisalua of Goddess Pattini.
In fact, many poetic recitals that are made for the Pantheru dance too describes a lot about Goddess Pattini, which makes it a fact that the origin story of the Pantheru and Goddess Pattini is quite the most evident out of all.
The cult of Goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth stories, which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals 7 different ways in which she had been born, which include the stories of Goddess Pattini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, a cobra tear, a demeter flower, a shawl, fire and lightning. The cult of Satpattini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrates the 12 birds, known as Dolos Pattini Upata. And coming into sight is the second West dancing troupe of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya procession, and also the final West dancing troupe that we will be witnessing, the one before the final West dancing troupe that we will be witnessing in the entire pageant today.
This troupe of West dancers are once again represented by the Mithun Bandara Aesthetic Academy of Watapulua. And Chamola, it's not nice of us if we don't recall the great artist Ranjit Bandara, who used to perform in this exact segment of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya for many years. And today, it is his grandson Mithun Bandara who will be gracing the West dance of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya, noting the beauty of how the traditions continue regardless of the revolutionizing world.
Indeed, Nilesh, just how the sun and moon standards represent, these traditions will last till the eternal existence of the sun and the moon.
Led by the Chief Trustee of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya, this evening the relic casket with the godly ornaments of Goddess Pattini shall be carried by the great elephant Mangala belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Giriyulla. Mangala shall be accompanied by Parami belonging to Mr. Samantha Vijayaman of Madagoda and Rani belonging to Mr. Richard Gonakumbura of Balangoda.
And now we are seeing the Chief Trustee of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya preceding the requiraries of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya.
For nearly 20 years, it has been this exact same elephant Mangala who had been performing this ceremonious role in carrying the Devabharana or the godly ornaments of Goddess Pattini. Let us take this moment to feel the virtues of Goddess Pattini in the Perahera.
Coming up next is the second West troupe of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya procession, and this also signals the impending approach of an iconic event.
And that iconic event, as mentioned by Chamoda, would be the arrival of the Basnayakanidame of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy. And this troupe of West dancers shall be trained by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna of the Chandani Aesthetic Academy of Matale.
As stated before, Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason that many Sri Lankan mothers seek the blessings of Goddess Pattini to protect their kids. And also, many Sri Lankan low country healing rituals including Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa, Pahan Maduwa have accepted its protagonist deity as Goddess Pattini.
King Malaya, who used to perform this dance, is known to be a Suryan by lineage. And due to the special symbols of this headgear, which symbolizes half of sun rays, sometimes leave the indication that this West dance is a dance of the Suryans.
Indeed, Nilesh, and also the entire costume is believed to be half of the costume of the King Malaya.
Certainly. And now let us welcome the Honorable Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya in Kandy, Hemantha Bandaraherath, who also holds the position of Basnayaka Nilame of the Wilbava Pattini Devalaya in Kurunegala and the Sri Pattini Devalaya in Hanguranketa. This evening, he is accompanied by Basnayaka Nilame of the Ambokka Pattini Devalaya in Matale, Rahan Danushka Valisundara, and the Basnayaka Nilame of the Wallahagoda Kataragama Devalaya in Gampala, Basnayaka Nilame Srimat Bandar Velivita.
We are now closing towards the end of 10 days of pageantry of the Esala Perahera Festival 2023.
It is the custom that 4 palanquins, which are called Randoli in Sinhalese, are to be carried right at the end of the procession during the 5 nights of Randoli Perahera.
The 4 palanquins represent the Queen's identity in the Perahera, and they in fact represent the 4 Devalaya, Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini.
The palanquin, which is also known as the Randoliya or Dolava, is the special carrier that used to commute the Queen in ancient times.
And that marks the end of the Grand Randoli Perahera of the Esala Perahera Festival 2023.
For 10 consecutive nights, we witnessed the glamour of the Perahera while appreciating our proud heritage that we pledge to preserve till eternity.
May our country prosper.
Dalada Samindu Pihitai.